Welcome back to Workers and Resources. As a precaution, I'm going to mention that today I might have to take a few calls while I'm streaming, so I might mute myself every now and then. Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Last time we built Segadoara and we moved some people in. So this area is basically ready to grow on its own with the people living in this location. We still have to build a indoor sports facility. Last time, we built the indoor sports facility. We still have to build the cinema. The resources have been brought here now, so we can send all workers in the area that would like to build it directly to the construction site. And I heard that these people from that building would really like to help. We have a few issues with not enough people in the shopping center, so we have queues forming. Because of that, we will decrease the amount of workers in the medical university and hope that they move over. Same for the school. The amount of people requiring education here is not that high yet, but the people requiring food is almost, if not even, the same amount as we have people living in the area. Otherwise, we've probably started building, or will start building this tunnel fairly soon. I think we've started it. I think there's already resources delivered to it. Might be wrong. Some steel and bricks. Need to finish that construction. We might set up the rare construction office in Segadoara. I think that will be something that we need. Do we have gravel in this area? Yes, we have plenty. This mountain. Could bring gravel here from the new facilities to the rail construction office. Alternatively, we try to find a logistics solution to bring the gravel from our already existing production facility, which is a little bit bored, I guess. So maybe we can find a way to get that connected instead. Would need to remove the waste storage, maybe the gas station, maybe this road, or alternatively just get another conveyor connection all the way through here. We could also think about bringing the rail line over here and have a loading facility in this area, which might look a little bit cooler. But I don't know where to put the bridge, I guess. We do have a road going along here. Going underneath with a tunnel would be a solution, so if we had another double tunnel leading into this for loading gravel, that would be a way to go. Maybe that's going to be our solution, if we can hook it up that way. Just have to see and find out, I guess. Loading connections seem to be a good idea. This is not going to let us connect that way because I twisted this connection in a way where it won't hook up. Alright. Let the construction trucks into the construction site, please. We're also going to stay at low speed for a bit. We also saw last time that the oil price decided to go up. It's now over 50 US dollars. And the wood price went down. But it seems to be going up again. Something weird is going on. I don't know if that hitch, that bump, was from the save game load or when I saved, I don't know. Seems like the US dollar and the ruble are switching back and forth. Not sure what's going on there. And last but not least, and the thing that I will most likely be doing right now is actually finishing the layout of the fields for our farm here and starting the construction of the second farm. then preparing another train. I tested the color of the train cars in single player offline, and it didn't happen again, so maybe it was related to the train patch or something that fixed the crashes. I'm gonna build a road that follows the train tracks, and that will basically define the area that I would like to grab with the fields. This will also prevent any field from clipping onto the train tracks, even if we lose a little bit of space. So let's see what it will look like. I think that's okay. As I said, we will be planting some trees to make it look reasonable, decent. And then it should be fine. Just have to find a way to get a lot of fields in here. Hello Sharia Shu, welcome. Well, let's plaster this area with some fields. That'll work. It means we are avoiding the rock going into the field, mostly. And then we have to hook up to this. We'll have to get all of these roads to become at least gravel. There's a bunch of rocks here. I don't think so. Roundabout in the farming area? Probably not. Let's try and put something on top of the rocks. That is roads, so we can hook, basically avoid having to place fields on top of it. There's another one here. Okay. Yeah, I don't want overlapping fields. That does not look great with the fences. I guess we can put a bunch of fields that way and just have some triangles. Unless maybe, no, medium field is too large, never mind. Another bit of rock here. And another rock. think that'll look fine the way it's getting set up now. I think that'll be okay. We'll have to have another road here because of the clipping, but that's fine. Oh, right. There's a hill here. Well, thankfully fields are fine with that. I hope the farm will auto-assign itself to all of those. I think that'll look plenty good. Now the question is, are we gonna cut through this? Or are we gonna go around? I think it's gonna be both. Do I really want to go across? No. We're just gonna cut over this. So there will be some farms here still. But then there will be a road going across this. The NPs after the last field will be dirt, just to let it fade out here. But then we basically have more road going along the train tracks. For the eventual setup of the fields for the other farm. And there might be some fields on the inside here. I'm pretty much sure that will be the case. And then here we have to see how we connect to the farm. Road connection across these train tracks in an area that where parked train doesn't block it. So not here, but here at the earliest. Or maybe we'll just go here and then it can go out further to this area. To be decided. And in between these fields, to separate them and not have them clip across each other, We'll use some footpaths, which will be enough. So I think that'll be the amount of fields we will have here for now. Maybe one more field here? I don't think so. We'll have a footpath come across through this area, which will separate the fields. I'll use some side road here to claim a little bit more territory. No need letting that go to waste. And then this section we could either remove or just make it a dirt road. Like we could have a corner here. I was wondering if we should just leave a little bit of a dirt road here. Make it look like that people use it to turn around or something. That looks not that great. I think that's just because of the hill, not because there's... Maybe there's rock here. Yeah, there's rock here. So it's not because of the hill. And we will get rid of this. Make this a corner instead. And put 2 more fields here of the medium size. I might have to move every field over a little bit, but at least that way we can avoid the rock. That'll be that farm. All claimed. Train waiting here again. Means the other construction train is on the corner where it's crossing onto another train line. Just gotta wait for it to finish. I mean, we can send out the other train, but... Oh, traffic jam is not good. Oh, it was just maintenance. Well, I mean, the other option we have is removing one of the signals. So if the train were to drive all the way to that signal, it would know that it could go through. So if we change this to a regular signal, it will drive to that signal and hopefully realize that it can go through and help build. And if not, then it will already be next to the construction site for when it actually can move. Still no tunnel construction over here. Let's check the metro before I go back to laying down some more fields. Before I go to the metro, let me actually start the construction of these 2. We have the electricity in place. Let's just assign the construction offices from all across the map, except in Segadoara because they are busy with their own things. So metro construction, 800 workdays and 1,200 workdays left. Tunnel construction, and after that the rail line will be relatively quick. But yeah, they're still working on the tunnel. probably going to finish the rail line to the second end station, and then we can have metros running, which should move the tourists around the city. And if the electricity is fine and everything works, then that's the point where we could think about expanding our tourism area. I am wondering if I should have the metro expand out this way, because theoretically we could go here into another tunnel and build another metro station in the tourist area on the hill. So we would have our intersection in this area, and the construction offices would be able to move into the tunnel and back through. And at some point we would have metros running back and forth here. That's something to leave up in the air. If we really wanted to have a metro, even though we already have one in this area. The original idea was to have a bus route from here to the bus platform on this side, and then once the people get unloaded, tourists will be told to move to the metro platform. I guess everyone could be told to move to the metro platform, and then they get distributed among the city, throughout the city. So metro construction is ongoing, seems to be working well. We should also consider planning the third farm plus the depot with the repair setup. I'm not going to plan any farm going up that way. This farm has a lot of area here. And then the last farm would be over in this area. And we have to keep in mind that the rail lines have to be 450 meters long at the least before an intersection. So from somewhere here, 450 meters should be fine if we build the farm somewhere in this area. Thankfully this terrain is not as steep as this one. Should be a pretty good place. We can flatten that back out to allow for an easy road. And then around the farm in this area would be the repair depot. But we have to make sure that every train from every area can go to the repair depot, otherwise it might get stuck. So we might have to make a turnaround for trains to leave this area, change their route onto the other lane, go to the repair station, and then go back out from the repair station, turn around and go back into their farms. I don't know if they can repair in a small train depot, if they are long trains. I will plan for a large train depot. And it'll be in parallel to the farm, I think. Or maybe perpendicular. Enter that way. Or diagonal. Whichever works out best. Probably perpendicular. Behind the warehouse. Depending on if we are in range or not. Seems like we have to have a little bit of an angle and then we would be in range. So this doesn't work, but this would. then there'd be a road going back to this area. Just so it's connected and can be built. That will give us access to the repair station. And that'll give us access to the depot, though we have to flatten this a little bit. It's a little bit wobbly as a road, but not too bad. Okay, so we have the depot in place, now we just need the farm about here and the turnaround loop, and that should hook everything together, I think. Now the trains from this farm, if they wanted to go out this way somehow, probably to head towards the Eastern Customs House, would use the turnaround loop, whereas the other ones could directly go there. The other problem with the turnaround loop is, I guess, the size, but it shouldn't matter because it's changing to the different lane, and it shouldn't cross over itself if everything is placed correctly. I think it'll have its own electricity, even though it is partially in range of the town. I'll have to make room for the grain silo in the back. That would be the grain silo, and we'll give it some electricity just because. Get a power connection, the last one that we have. I have to cut across here because of poor planning. Interrupt the electricity to the houses to not have across the power line, cut across the power line, but I guess I don't care that much. That would be the last farm, silo. And that would need to hook up into our rail network, and then we'd have all farms hooked up. And we need to basically place the fields down for that one too. The road connection has to go all the way around here to hook up to these fields. And maybe we can go out this way a little bit. We'll see. A little bit worried about the elevation here, but I guess it's just gonna be a very steep grade. Distance-wise we should be fine, because we should not forget that the grain silo has its own distance, which is about 190 meters. So we need 260 for the train line, plus a little bit extra, and then we're in business. So this should give us the required distance. Or maybe not. Need to go a little bit further. How far? Not very far. Let's use these signals before the junction. And the turnaround loop. Just going from one lane to the other. Not gonna make it too small, but the trains shouldn't intersect with each other except if a train comes out that way and then it turns around and it wants to go straight through. I'm gonna make the turnaround loop further away just to not run into these problems. We can have the turnaround loop over here. That would basically hold almost the whole train. But we don't need that. Make sure that this is long enough to hold a train, I guess. Otherwise we'll run into other problems. There we go. Order assigned itself to the construction task, and after that one it can build towards here. And then we need to hook up the repair station. This one does not need a long connection, so because the train will basically disappear into the depot, no matter how long it is. So it will be enough to have a crossing right in front of, switch right in front of the depot. As long as we can place some signals. I mean, we don't really need that. It's just convenient to have. If you want to start two trains at the same time, you can just click both of them and they will line up. Otherwise you will have to wait a little bit. And we'll keep that close to the silo, so we don't waste too much space for the fields. And we'll hook that up basically here. I won't snap it directly to the other track because that looks a little bit more realistic. Just a tiny bit, I think. That's maybe a bit wide. That is too wide. We need to tuck it in a little bit. I'll bring it around here. And then come back in an S-bend, I think. Sure. A little bit wobbly, following the terrain, trying to at least. Let's get that started too. And then I think we have everything planned to have actual train operations in the area. We still need to place a bunch more fields, but I'm not gonna do that right now. I will, however, place some trees. We might have to tear down some trees that are too close to the train track. But I think the trees will bring everything together. I can't see if they're actually getting planted or not. I'm just hearing noises. Can't see a thing. Yeah, they are getting planted. I can see the silhouettes now. And some trees over here. Let's see what it looks like when we come back. This area still needs to be planned out, because it's basically the other fields. This one doesn't need to be built yet. Search radius 3 kilometers. No fertilizer. We'll try and make our own fertilizer at some point. Cinema's built. No waste storage as expected. Also will help the school have one, I guess. A little bit of overlap at least. Do we need a footpath through here? Maybe. Build one here, no overlap. But that should get all of the required facilities covered, except maybe a little bit more spirituality. Hopefully the Gallery of the Art will be sufficient in the beginning to provide enough of that to our citizens. And then we have to start developing it. We're 500 people away from another research point. We have one spare research from the amount of settlements, now 7 in total. Segadoara. This is not a settlement. Klibiusk is 2. Helas is all 1, is 3. Tabovina is 4. Somaska is 5. Our starting settlement Korazna is 6. And Kolata. Our settlement trying to extract oil is 7. And we have 8 times 2,500 people. We got 8 research points from that. What are we building here? Oh, the metro, right. And metro. Now that we have a better heating plant here, we could think about expanding this area, but I'll hold off. I'd rather try and set up more settlements. We have 1 spare research that we could use. I'm kind of fond of trying to get the medical helicopters going. That would not be in this university, but it's a... I guess it would require 2 researchers, wouldn't it? This unlocks the control tower for air traffic control from the airport. And then we would get fire helicopters or hospital helicopters. Hospital helicopters would be better for me. But if we're starting tourism, international air traffic rules would also be nice. Otherwise, other options I include the gas power plant, or more realistically an oil power plant. Because oil prices are going up, maybe that's not as useful anymore. Waste separation, edification to make our own fertilizer for the fields. Helas and Segadoara will probably make a lot of biological waste that we could set up to be carried out probably into a processing facility for composting, and then bring the fertilizer close to the fields and have it distributed. Not by a distribution office, but direct routes to the farms. This would be easier to set up if we place the fields last, but then I guess I don't know how to set it up, because I need the fields to make sure it looks correct. And yes, we planted a few trees. Not as dense as these, I think, but we'll see. Looks like we did some crop exports. Very nice. I would like to move that train back and actually get the train cars colored in again. Look at that value in rubles. Would be so valuable. Exporting it over there instead. Something seems to have significantly broken my economy. I guess we could also have the road come through here instead of the grain around the grain silo. Just going over the train track in front of the depot would be safe, and then we can develop the last fields in this area, which have to go around the power line. And for this farm, I think we are just gonna go through here into this one. We'll have a intersection over here. Maybe not as wide, but close. Then we can throw down some fields in this area in between, and then a lot more fields in front of the mountain. Not sure if the farm's gonna get overwhelmed. I mean, we are in harvest season right now. It might be useful to leave the amount of crops opened up and see if we are running too full or not. My assumption is we wouldn't be. Seems like it's going well. Maybe if we upgrade the trucks at some point, we'll be fine. If it becomes an issue. Right now it seems to be okay. Could also spend the research on medical technology. Vitamins would be maybe useful. Generic resistance to pollution could be helpful. Sometimes in our villages when the heating plants are running at full tilt. Since they are in range of our residential buildings, they are causing pollution. But it's not that big of a deal. Maybe 30 workers inside the repair station is a bit much. Do I unload workers that come back who weren't necessary? Not yet, but I do now. So if the bus comes back with workers that didn't find employment locally, they get unloaded at the bus platform before they run into unemployment issues. We will have to plan the rail connection. And I still think that a tunnel through this area is probably our best bet, which will come out somewhere back here. We'll plan the tunnel, plan the intersection, junction. Okay, what's your problem? You only have one construction train. You're being blocked by this train because you wanted to go back. So we ought to not have the rail line be there. Instead have it here. So much for temporary construction office. Okay, we're going to assign this one, and call the vehicle home. And then we'll build these tracks so the construction train can get out of there without problem. Could have moved the train out of the way, but I think this is easier. We will not demolish this line. I think it's still fine. Back to the junction. Get a phone call. And I'm back. That took longer than expected. Alright. No crises, thankfully. Back to planning the rail intersection. As I said, this might happen again a little bit later. Hopefully not too much. We'll see. So I want a junction here to go into the terrain and then at some point come back out. And we'll set up a storage area. Storage area over here behind the heating plants, plus a rail line that can go further through this. I think the tunnel would go up to here maybe. But yeah, first we have to plan the incoming tunnel in this area. This will be a relatively sharp tunnel entrance here. I don't have the space to make a large junction. I will have to slow down considerably if this were real life. Actually, I can move back a little bit. Let's give it some more space so they can have a little bit of speed as they go through this. Looks like they're all refueling now, which will take a while. How's that train supposed to go onto the same railroad? Oh, because of these, right. Well, I should leave all of the signals off of here to make the construction problem-free, but adjusting the train tracks over and over and over leads to these funny things. This one is not done yet. I will put a signal down now. So hopefully the train can now move out to build these. Or maybe not. Don't need these train lines yet. I need to get rid of those white lines. They stick out when I hide the UI like a sore thumb. I think we're bringing in the harvest fast enough. Like the trucks are barely used. But the large fields are yet to be started harvesting, so the largest part is still in front of us. I will define the fields area somewhat. Maybe not as far up here. We'll have to see how many fields this farm can take. Probably most of this, and maybe some over here, and then this farm will go to Poloshevko Summit and Raska Old One. And then we have more area over here if we ever decide that we need more fields, I guess. Could have another farm going that way. Maybe another small settlement, smaller than Tapovina itself, just to take care of a fire station, and then the repair would already be handled by the utilities and services in this area. Still making money in each currency. Very good. I should have another field here, I guess. Back to fast speed. Let's hope that our metro finishes construction today. That would be very nice. There's not much left to build. As I said, the last section would be a rather quick one. Then I think we could have metros running with construction vehicles going in between. That would probably still work. Okay, can we build the junction? That would be nice if we could build this. And then hook up everything as a one-way track up to this point. We're still not done refueling. I went all the way here. Definitely gotta get rid of those vehicles soon. Probably after we're done with the construction over here. Get the rail line hooked up and then maybe get rid of the terraforming vehicles and replace them with some newer ones. That will give us the option to have a rather lengthy junction here, I think. Shouldn't be too small that way. And the exit, probably up here. Which we could do in one go. $71, and then it goes up, and then it goes down. So we have to get rid of some of the elevation in this area. Don't need the train to go up. Gotta get rid of that little bit of terrain increase here. So I would say this would be a good enough exit for our tunnel. We had the rail line come out that way and hook up the left train line to the left here and the right one to the right. We'll cover the tunnel exit / entrance in a little bit of hill, so it looks nice. And then have to find a path for this to go. Past here. Into a junction for a storage area. The coal unloading. I don't think we will need more than 2 heating plants, but if we do, then I guess they would be about here. So we'll leave this area untouched, because I don't know how large Segadoara is gonna get. I think it'll mostly like receive students from villages dotted around this, but I'm not 100% sure yet. Did we finish that junction? We did. Excellent. Which side is the train going on right now? It's going on the correct side. Excellent as well. We will have to leave this open to be buildable by both sides, but if the trains want to head over here, they have to be on the correct side. Should I already... I'm wondering if I should plan this for like super long trains basically. We'll worry about that some other time. All I need to do is basically make sure that they can get off the intersection, and then the other signals don't really matter if there's a few more or not. At least I believe that will be enough. There's a lot of junction points on that track that I would like to clean up, so we are going to do that. Okay, and that should be about it for the time being. Depending on what these trains want to build, they either need to be on the correct lane, or they can travel all the way to this area. And I guess then they have to travel the same line back because the junction is not here. I would need another junction for this rail construction to work neatly, so I guess we're gonna put another one down in this area. Tunnel boring machine should be in the area, so if they get to it, they get to it. And over here, this is still assigned. At least the tunnel was, but this also needs to be after I place down the signal. Okay. So that wasn't too difficult to hook up, I think. The planning of the storage area will be a little bit more involved, but it shouldn't be that bad either. There will be a train waiting here to unload at all times, so we will probably have that not over the road, which would be bad. But at most 2 trains will be in this area. And since we don't really care about what is in the storage, we can just have it be here and connect it with an engine transfer instead. Fire station will probably be relocated a little bit. We'll have a road come through here. And then there needs to be a conveyor engine transfer. Plus we might have the brick production in this area. I need to move it back a bit so I can get the conveyor engine in before the road. Something like that should work. And then the conveyor engine across the road. Might need another one, we'll see. We're gonna move the junction off of this road instead. And here I'm not sure. I think I'll move it off of this one as well. So we have fewer intersections on the main road, which will be useful. Could lead to a few traffic issues in this area, I guess. Alternatively, I have the road come through here, but I want it to be relatively close to the construction offices, and I think it'll give it an interesting look. But that should be the coal delivery area. The other one would be a cargo train station. Where we can hold, maybe not permanently the trains for delivery, no, for cargo train station we need. I gotta sneeze. I so hate it when you gotta sneeze and it doesn't work. Damn it. We need a lot of space, because there's a train coming through here. There will be multiple trains parked. They should be at most 150 meters long, and these train stations are decently long by themselves anyway, so we shouldn't run into any space issues, I believe. The cargo train station would just connect to a warehouse and a freezer again. I don't think we have anything else. I mean, the resource storage could be its own thing or connect to the same train station, but I think we'll have like the ability to have 2 trains running into the cargo area. One seems to be enough. And then have the resource storage be its own thing. So we'll also have resources stored in the area for our construction officers to pick them up. Maybe we can make it so we can have a road connection go underneath the conveyor. If this one hooks up, we can place the second one again and try to sneak a road in front of it. doesn't want to lay a conveyor right now, but that doesn't mean it won't. But it's pretty likely that it won't, because the way it has to cross is already quite far. Well, let's give it a test. Yeah, it's pretty far. Would have to move the road over a little bit to allow for a bridge pillar to go in between, I think. If we did this, it would work again, right? It's also complaining because it can't find the correct placement for this. I mean, we could use this for a little bit of an easier placement if we wanted to go out in a different direction, but it doesn't really help here. Maybe we need to lay the conveyor engine first and then have the road go through instead of trying to force things. So now we should be able to get the roads through here relatively unhindered. But this road will have to have a little bit of a corner, I guess. Not sure if they'll be able to get through here in a way that would be nice. Now maybe if we have the factory connection or the conveyor go away, I'll place both of these and then try to lay it again. So this one I don't know. This one we can adjust based on what it'll give us. Something like that. It's a little bit awkward. Not gonna lie, but it's an industrial area, so I think it would be fine. And this would hook up to the cargo train station for food, alcohol, etc., meat, and also construction materials. They would also come in on that side, into their own storage, I think. I'm going to relocate the construction vehicles up here. We've also got our end station set up. Probably both of them. Okay, you have to start bringing fuel here too as a stop. And this is the end station for trucks bringing resources to our city right now. Where we have 3, maybe 4 lines. Food, citizen goods and meat should be the only ones. And they basically need the end station as a stop. And that'll space the trucks out a little bit, because they will practice a sort of line spacing without slowing down. Will be useful. And the other route we will have to add to an end station is this one, which is the workers for the heating plant. A simple storage for construction materials will be enough, I think. Don't need to overthink it. Do we want gravel though? If we want gravel, then I guess we can use the existing conveyor connection to hook that up. Don't need to set one up specifically for that. But I don't know if I want gravel, because I said that Klibriusk is close enough for concrete and gravel and asphalt. I think it'll be close enough. If we need to make a change, then we can think about it. There are options to hook up more conveyor engines this way. And have gravel come through this, I guess. If we leave a little bit of room, shouldn't be a problem. So we'd have a connection here. And then the question is how this would connect over here, because I think currently the legs... Oh, it's at the bottom. That won't work. We need the elevated one, not this one. Yeah, that will work. So at some point we could have a gravel storage here with the existing unloading station. I don't need to worry about it. All of this has electricity already, so we just need to build it. And of course get the rail line connection in. And it'll go basically past here, through the steel setup, towards the coal mine area. I mean, you need to leave enough room for the trains to be able to wait in these. Actually, most of the trains don't actually have to wait because they constantly run, and they're gonna supply Helas and Segadoara at the same time. We're gonna go Segadoara first, after the customs house, and then Helas, I think. Helas would run into the issues first. The warnings, that is. Giving us a warning message about missing resources. It's already established a little bit better. Let's make sure the point where we connected corners together aren't too wobbly. And they seem to be just fine. Don't see any wobbliness here at all. Going downhill, it's a little bit of a nick down, but I think that's fine. This wobbliness also seems to be... this wobbliness is too much. This we will have to redo. Yep, that's okay. A little bit wobbly. That is absolutely fine. And then a rail line that leads here. The trains are not supposed to wait, I don't think. But we still need to give them the distance that they potentially could at some point in the future. That's a corner. And yeah, we'll also have to make sure that they can go either direction, because steel will at some point come from the other side. So the resource delivery doesn't necessarily come from this point. I think we'll make them all go downhill and then hook them up in here instead. They really should change the color from planned streets and trains from white to a different color. It's only an issue during winter. Maybe if they had a black outline around them it would work. What I would like is if when you press G it would hide the white lines exactly the same as the yellow stuff. But yeah, maybe if they had a black outline it would work better. Shouldn't do rail planning in winter, I guess. That's not what I wanted to do. I mean, most of it is correct, but this is not what I wanted to do. I wanted this to be able to go in either direction. So we have to hook this up with a corner out this way and then coming around. Doesn't have to be a large corner. Also, hello Sunshell. Welcome to you too. But I will make it a large corner because they look a little bit better. Actually, I will redo that. See what the game thinks is best here. We'll use that as a junction to hook up to either side, and then we can have resources coming and going to either direction. Because coal is also going to come here from this area at some point, so it makes sense. First coal delivery to Segadoara, and then second one to Helas. And then customs house, and then all the way back. We could basically export our excesses. And don't build that way. That one is still open for planning, but it's going pretty much the right direction. The road will also have to go towards the coal mine, and we'll plan the steel mill after we have finished the coal mine. So we have to plan onto existing infrastructure. You are waiting because there's another construction train in here, I guess. At least they're working fast, so should be fine. Tunnel boring machine. We should let the tunnel boring machine through, but I guess you're a little bit in the way. Are you on the same side? I think you are. We'll let the tunnel boring machine through right now. See if it can still get past that one. No, stop, 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 stop. Turn around, go there. Turn around, stop again. Let the other train through. Okay, now you can go. And ignore that red signal, because we just want to turn around. I believe. .400 citizens away from another research point. I should really start some research. What do we have available besides what I mentioned? Is there anything loyalty-wise that we could do? We basically got the important bit in regards to loyalty. I think since we're starting the farming setup, getting waste separation edification might be the useful thing to do. What's the price of oil? It has been going up recently. Now it's 57. Still not near anywhere being a problem, but it might keep rising. We don't know yet. I think we have enough money to make an adjustment if that happens. Funny that that checkmark is the same as for finished research. It's a little bit confusing. That research is not that urgent. I'd rather have variety and then putting down the same houses everywhere. Steel cables. What's the price of iron? Is that one going up? Can we have the iron mine running in? Oh, iron is going up. Yes, please. It's not anywhere near high enough yet, but it's definitely going up again. It's not back to our... Actually, is it? Oh, it's higher than it was before. We can run our iron ore trains again, so maybe the steel cables would be useful for bringing workers to the mine. But I guess the bus network worked pretty well. What's your complaint? No kindergarten, food. Okay, you're getting a little bit annoying with all of that. Water well. If you can't figure out that you need to work in the shopping center to make sure no one starves, then I will tell you to manually do that. And I guess the kindergarten would be useful as well, because there's a lot of people unemployed because no one's working in the kindergarten. Which would be a greater help, I think. But, yeah. Try and get those things sorted, please. More people in the kindergarten will free up more workers, etc, etc. We have to get that sorted before the loyalty crashes and everyone becomes really unproductive. Also, secret police will be necessary. I should place that one. A small one will suffice, I think. I guess we could put that behind the garbage storage here. Instead of a footpath. Nah, the footpath was meant to be there. Behind the normal police station, I guess. As an extension. And then the loyalty settings for our university and school would start taking effect, which might have been a disastrous effect now, because they probably dropped in loyalty quite a bit from a lack of access to food. Give me notification if something is missing here. But yeah, and reduce the amount of sellers by 10, so we have a little bit of a safety net that we can increase if the general capacity is insufficient. Can we bring some workers to the heating plant? 8 workers sounds not enough. I mean, we're using one building to do a lot of things right now. Sending workers to the bus stop last, so I guess we will send some more over. Before the heating comes crashing down. It's minus 14 degrees. Fewer workers in the repair station too for now, thank you. We won't need a lot of heating right now, because we have very few people in the residential area. So 5 workers was enough to increase the heating, 10 workers is enough to drive it up without any problems. Alright, I'm going to tell you to just move through. Don't think it should be an issue. I'm just gonna go back. Keep getting in each other's way. We need to build these. That would solve the issue. Increase the priority, please. I mean, I think it would help. Because then trains can always move back through the normal line, which these ones currently can't. At least, no, wait, they should be able to be on the right lane. Yeah, they should be. I wonder if I should set up a water reservoir of like maybe 6 underground reservoirs hooked up to two pumps each, and then feed them back with one pump into the water tower, just to have a little bit of extra water production that I can feed in if something goes wrong. Okay, issues seem to be gone, mostly. Yeah, I guess setting up 2 extra heating plants wouldn't be too difficult, but I don't think this will become such a large area as Helas. Maybe like the same floor plan size, but not the volume of the buildings. I also have to figure out how I want to claim this area back here. I was thinking about a road connection around this way, but a tunnel is probably more sensible. And it's only going to be a residential area, so I think besides a grocer and maybe a small culture building like a Museum of the Republic, they would have to be brought here via buses to deal with whatever they need. It would not count as a dedicated settlement because I would count it as connected to Segadoara. But it would be fairly far away, I guess. I mean, the services and the water, sewage, heating would all be connected. We would need an... I guess we could go off this heat pumping station and have the heat exchanger back there. I guess it's still open. A little bit better. Still have to plan the road down here. It's gonna be steep. No bridge, I don't think. Just follow the slope. Maybe a little bit of a curve. That issue is not yet resolved. Quite annoying. I don't know why when it snaps together it does one lower than the other. See that? That's causing problems. Is it reproducible somehow? Don't think so. I don't know. Something weird going on with the snapping. But as long as we know about it and we can see it, we can fix it. You should realize that you can move through, right? Because you can see that you can move through without anyone blocking you. Construction trains are very particular about that kind of nonsense. Or we can just accidentally teleport the train back, I guess. More workers. More workers. Thank you. Looks like our next farm has been built. We will also give it a dedicated fuel truck, I think. We will also have to set up a train for it. We'll have to set up the fields and all of that good stuff. And of course all the mechanisms inside. 8 harvesters, 6 tractors and the rest trucks. Are we using a dedicated fuel truck? We are. Guess we could. No, we're not going to share one. Each farm will have its own fuel truck. Once it can move out of the customs house for not being busy because of all the personal cars picking up the tourists, we can assign it. Loading fuel. And bringing it here. Waiting until unloaded. We'll get the basics set up for the farm roads first. And then we're going to decide on how to lay out the fields. Maybe not today. Trying to lay out fields in a more organic pattern always feels kind of stressful. We don't really need that road coming up here, but I guess we have to find out where we can still place a field. Maybe we can have the road come up here and place a field all the way across this hillside from that place. I mean, that would probably be the first field to place down, right? If it lets us. And there's hills in the way. Never mind. And there are a bunch of rocks here. Yeah. The rocks will make this too difficult to hook up anything larger in the area. And since it's already pretty steep slope, I'm not gonna care about it that much. We'll put a field here and a field here, and that'll be it. If it's not too steep, that is. Something like that. Leave the rest of the hill for the dwarves. And we have to build all the way around here. Place a bunch of fields. I think it looks pretty okay. A little bit thinner here, which is okay. No trees, sure. Should become a nice harvest. Once the harvesters and the tractors are in our farm, then I can get the trucks. I would like them to be in a bit of an order. Hopefully they will arrive separate from each other, and I don't have to manually sort them. Segadoara heating plant was not running. Okay. Maybe the bus route needs to catch itself again first. Or maybe we're taking too many workers away for construction tasks. That could also be. Need to set up more houses. Let's get rid of the overlay for the crops. I think this will be pretty neat to set up because they will be slightly overlapping each other. And if we put a road in between, that should look okay. So I think in this area we can try and rely on the large fields. If there aren't any stones in the way, which there are. Hello, Balloonus. Welcome. Good Feierabend to eat. Okay, let's see. A bunch of rocks here. No rocks on this side. The rocks start over there. So I believe if we place them with a slight gap between the corners where the road connection is, we should be able to make it look decent by just having a road go that way. So there will be a separation between the fields. And we can have more fields back here. Also have to basically get the inner side here set up. I'm not sure if the fields are going to play nice with the limit of the building, or if they are going to be annoying, or what is going to happen here. Hopefully we can just place these to not have to do any micromanagement in the area. We will have to use some footpaths, I think. But it's not too bad. Yeah, I want the field to not clip over the train tracks, please. That looks awkward. No. We're gonna get rid of that section of footpath and just put a corner here. And some more fields here. I did warn people that I would place a bunch of fields in one stream, and I guess this is going to be one of them. There might be more. It's such a fiddly work. If only we didn't have the fences. Would be probably better. I don't know if there would be other clipping issues, but I'm also only really concerned about the fences. some smaller plots. Here's construction trains. I don't know why you're having issues now, but please keep going with the metro construction, thank you. 240 days versus 27 for the tunnel construction, and then it's track laying phase. It's probably because there's one train parked on top of the platform. I don't know. It should be fine. Have we started the tunnel construction at the Eastern Customs House? Yes, we have. So once that one is done, the tunnel boring machine at the Eastern Customs House will finally start working. And I'll get to the bridge before our other trains. At least, well, maybe. This one's almost finished drilling out that tunnel. And a bit of track, another tunnel, and then we would be at the bridge from the other side. And maybe we can set up the crop exports to go to the eastern border, because it would be a lot more profit. Just in case. Oil price is really weird. We could basically use wood or boards to transfer rubles into dollars. So if we trade crops, instead of 200 US dollars, we trade them for 8,000. And then we almost have 8,000 rubles into 8,000 US dollars with the boards. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, but it's much better than crops into US dollars. So we have to send the crops over into eastern countries and then use an intermediate resource if we need to exchange the money. If we need more US dollars, which I don't think we do. But exporting to the east would be better. I will have to make sure that the trains are set up to do that. They would have to go through our regular train yard area. And I will have to make sure they don't start standing around somewhere where they could block other traffic, so we'll have to be a bit careful. Every area in front and after, or mostly after the train yard, has to be set up where it can hold a 450 meter long train without stopping on a junction switch. Then we're also going to move towards the coal. In this case we would have the coal ore plus we could put the coal ore purification in front of the mine, or we could have that in the steel setup. If we put it in front of the mine we don't have to carry as much coal. If we put it in front of the steel setup we would have a nice constantly busy train road shoveling coal ore out of the area. And I'd say it looked much cooler, but it would also be a lot more inefficient. How far can we go with our terraforming that far? So yeah, we'll plan all of the coal for export, and once that one is hooked up, we can then plan the steel mill. I'm gonna do it that way just so I'm gonna set myself up with a network that I then have to adjust to a steel mill setup, and not the other way around. Would probably be easier to go with the steel mill setup right now. Yeah, why does it always go down? What the hell? It's like going into the ground in the middle. It's bending the road downwards. Seems pretty smooth. Can't see anything, especially since it's dark. Tunnel boring machine stuck again. Come on. The train is over there. You should be able to know that you can just drive through. Oh, we also have our areas set up here now, so we can have these as one-way train lines. Oh, you're moving on there. Interesting. You should be able to leave. Okay. Turn around. Try again. Oh no. Can't get rid of these snapping points, well at least we can use... well, yeah, never mind. There we go. And this would definitely be a problem section for a long train moving through here, because this would not hold a 450 meter long train. So the signal in front of the road would have to be removed, and we would have to find 450 meters off of the road to allow a train through. Make sure that area is clear first before we give it the green light. I mean, you shouldn't really be assigned if you can't get to the fields now, can you? Must have maybe assigned itself before I started the upgrade. Yeah, that'll go through things. Just need a little bit of help. More construction, please. Maybe you need more dump trucks for the gravel footpaths and roads. I'll assign you a third dump truck. You already have one in the maintenance office, so use it wisely. Is it assigned? Yeah. Okay. $81 tons of crops for 2/3 of a million rubles? Sure. Excellent. Yep, pretty long tunnel. But after that one is done, just the laying of the tracks and we're through. I think the residential area following the hillside will look pretty neat. I mean, this whole area could become a residential zone. Not that I think it would make sense to have it right now, but once the coal is hooked up and we need the workers, then we definitely need more people living in Segadoara. Population still hasn't increased. Must be a lot of cranky people living in the student halls. I don't think I've built one of those next to the medical university. Let me fix that right now. One should be enough. But maybe we'll have more than one, depending on how many students we get. Because there will be a lot of... well, there's supposed to be a lot of villages in this area, so I'm not 100% sure yet if one will be all that we need, or if we have to expand it. We'll get one student hall set up, and hopefully it can hold most of the people. If not, we can have more student halls lining And the hill over there. The hill might get pushed back a little bit still. But not too far. We're not going to flatten out this whole area. I'm also not going to make multiple levels for this town. Except for this residential area and the one back here. But I'm not going to go one level, one level, one level. Like I did with Helas Hills area. That was a little bit extensive. Speaking of which, we should probably start working on Helas Hills again soon. If the metro construction finishes up, then we have a hotel industry to build. That one is still waiting for us. Oh, the metro line connection is getting close to completion. Then we have 2 more to build, and then this one can happen while we already have metro trains running, I guess. At least it should be able to do that, I think. Got another crane that needs to be removed here. Off to the scrapping facility with you. Really like the look though. How things have been developing so far, trying to keep most of the terrain intact and following the terrain a little bit. Seems to be working out fairly well. We still have to move the hill a little bit back closer to this area. Now that the road is in place. Yeah, terraforming stops. And the occasional bridge. Especially when it's hard terrain to terraform, seems quite neat. There, 2 construction trains running into the construction site at the same time. Now that we have one-way lines. Hello T-Rex, welcome. Coal price crashing, sure. Can we remove this? I don't think so. Okay, then I guess this train line is part of Fikeni construction site. Yeah, I think running the export of crops to the east will be the best decision. If we can make it work. Don't think anything speaks against that. Big project I see, not stopping the links. Yeah, we've planned that and running it quite a while. Moved some rail construction offices closer to speed things up a little bit, and it has been helping. Thinking about building a proper rail construction office in Segadoara to speed things along even more. So we could have a rail construction office come off this line in this area, and then also have the gravel and the construction materials for the rail construction office be delivered by train directly to the rail construction office instead. And I guess the workers could be brought here too. But buses seem to be sufficient right now. The waste storages have been hooked up. Let's get those set up. I still need to go back to Helas and set up 2 lines for hazardous waste, just if something starts running full again. And now we need to tell the technical offices, or singular technical office, to bring both hazardous and mixed waste here. And then we have 3 trucks to carry it away. One for mixed waste, waiting until loaded. Into the train storage here. That one's going to be copied on top of another one. So we'll have 2 trucks doing that. And the last one will be running hazardous waste. of the center storage. So there will be one unloading space that stays free. But we do already have 2 trucks assigned for mixed waste, which will be the one that we need to deal with the most. Okay, would be easier to lay down the tracks. Yeah, it's takes quite a while. We had our rare construction office in Baraslav and it was taking too long to go to that area. Once we hook up the eastern border, we can actually finally get an EDK, although the price for an EDK will be quite high. Thankfully we already bought 2, so just have to relocate them into existing construction offices. Might need more than 2 though. Okay, got our 2 lines set up. Segadoara mixed waste going to the Helas trains area. And now the technical office doesn't have to go very far anymore, meaning that with 1 vehicle each we should be able to handle a lot of waste. I think 2 trucks for the small waste is probably always a good idea. Just to make sure to not have any waste overflowing in any case. And to be able to see that when 1 truck is still inside the technical office, then we know, yep, we have enough trucks. So we'll get another one, just in case. Seems like it can't find any waste anymore inside the town, so now it's heading to the unloading station. And then there it already has more than 1 truck worth of waste, so one of the other trucks will actually start removing that waste instantly. Unless they spread out the waste between the 2 trucks, which happened. Then I guess it won't happen. Until they start driving and then the waste gets delivered while 1 truck is away and then they slowly get into a rhythm. Well, pretty good so far. Still waiting for the construction of the metro in Helas. In the meantime, we're setting up the storage areas for this location. I completely messed up. I just planned everything and then completely forgot about the warehouse and the freezer that I need in this area before I can hook this stuff up. So we need a little bit of a redo. Demolition office is too far away. I don't want to build a demolition office for this area. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm just gonna get you and tell you to demolish that instead. And then we have to set up probably remove this road, and I guess we can do with a warehouse here and the freezer here. Or the freezer here, the warehouse around here, and then this moved a little bit back for the construction materials. Otherwise I don't think I have enough room. But yeah, the rest is fine. Forgot to attach all of the buildings. Well, 2 of the buildings, which would be all of them. Okay, let me also tear down this road and assign the demolition office to that too, so they can do both in one go. Except for the road, I don't want to remove all of it, I want to leave the straight piece and remove that section, please. Which will make it easier to hook up the correct storage later. This residential area was supposed to be in walking distance, but if we go ahead and build a section that is going all the way up there, then it's not going to be in walking range at all. But we can start it with the intent of having it in walking distance of the bus platform. And then if it needs to be longer, well, we have to figure out a way to get a road there. Maybe a dedicated connection to the highway would be acceptable, to bring workers to and from town. Or we just take down this footpath and get a road connection through this way. Looks like our bulldozers are busy refueling again. At least they didn't want to work anymore. I mean, we can leave a little bit of a gentle slope up here. It doesn't have to be perfectly flat, especially since it's supposed to be a little bit more of a luxurious area. But what buildings would we use? I think medium density in this case, right? But I don't think we have that many luxurious medium density buildings. 90% for that thing. Wow. I like these ones quite a bit. Could also make it brick flats, I guess. But that is for later. First we need to steady the supply, I guess. Before we start expanding and then running into capacity issues. And we can in the meantime develop towards the coal mine area. As I said, I don't think this will be its own settlement, directly going to the coal mine, next to the coal mine. I think it will be a collection of villages that then get like moved via a bus system or a train system. Speaking of train system, if we had a train system connecting to all of the areas, it would be nice to plan that right now. So we could end a train line here, an above ground train line. And plan it from this. So this is basically the city where villages could bring their passengers, students to. And the train would move towards the coal mine area, bringing workers, collecting workers from the different villages, dropping them off in the mine area, and then on the way back it would be able to pick up passengers from the villages again and drop them off into town. I don't think a metro would be useful. I think a train, I think it has to be a high-speed train. Or is that short enough for a metro? It's only a few kilometers, I guess. And we don't have an above-ground train line. I think trains for this, because of the speed, since they have to go through multiple areas. Higher capacity. It's usually for more long distance, but the residential buildings could currently still reach it. And then everything on top here with the luxury quote-unquote area should probably also be able to. We only have 2 platforms, but that's okay. I think we would use electrified rail. Try a high-speed intercity railroad. This is not supposed to be intercity, but we can hook something up between Segadoara and Helas after we have this in place. This is going to be the train line going from Segadoara to the coal mine area and going past villages, picking up more citizens. So I think we will have like a settlement here and settlement here, maybe another settlement. And the train would snake through this when it reaches the coal mine. And then on the way back it could carry other passengers. Electric passenger rail works. Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. No. We're gonna have to go 1 level up, go across, and then into a tunnel to go underneath this road. And then we come out somewhere to the right of the heating plants into our first village. I would like to set up the train line first, and then the villages, but that might be a bit much. And I guess we could have a passenger platform unloading workers here too. In the heating plant area. It would be so convenient with a metro. But the metros are not that fast. Metros can run on train lines, but trains can't run on metro lines if I remember correctly. I mean, if we have a platform here, we can tell them to walk to this bus stop and then they would basically find the workplace that they need to go to from the bus stop. As long as there is a workplace. Otherwise they would count as unemployed. Needs to be 12 meters, it looks like. We're at 38, so we need to be at 50, and we're at 44. And our excavators are currently building other things. But yeah, I think an electric train here would be quite nice. Could lead to the issue that at some point we have an electric train running to a coal power plant that provides the electricity to the area. But you know, we'll worry about that when we get to it. Last bit of train line here, metro line. After that one is done, and the other side as well, we can have our metro running. Are you doing anything? Doing something. Turn around loop, sure. But I guess you're blocked by the other train in the area, so we're gonna make this area inaccessible. So the construction train picks the correct side to leave. And then we shouldn't have these problems here anymore. And then, once we have the rail connection to the coal mine, we can consider trying to retrofit a train line into Helas. Which sounds difficult, but if we plan it right, it wouldn't actually be, I think. Because we have, like, sloped terrain, so we could have a train station here and just let it run into the mountain and then go from there with a tunnel out of the town. It depends on the size of the train platform. Then we have a bus platform here. We have a metro here. This is supposed to be for helicopters, but you know, could also hold a train. Ideally, I would like it to have it in this area, just to have our largest bus platform, our metro in the area, all connected to the train station. I mean, it's basically going to be an unloading platform and picking people up. And when someone gets delivered to the train station, they will be told to all go to the metro instead. That means for people who wait too long at the train station, they will also go into the metro, trying to find what they are looking for over there. But yeah, I don't think retrofitting a train line into this. An above ground rail would be way more difficult. We would have to tear through this area and maybe clear up this whole section and put the train line here, getting rid of all of these houses, relocating the people in the process. Or even up to here. And then we have the metro and the bus platform in walking distance. I think an underground train line would probably be okay. So bad news, connecting a repair station with trolleybus street doesn't force the bus to drive to the repair station automatically. At the moment, it must force them to go to the depot to get repaired. Little stop in the rent station seems to not be enough, so the repair vehicle comes for repaired, so more parking spot for loading and unloading. I think for trolley buses you probably need to have the repair station in the influence range of the... or you have to have the end station in the influence range of the trolley bus. So it doesn't work for bus stops, but for end stations you can have those in influence range. And if a vehicle goes there and it needs repairs, then it would stop and wait until the repairs are done, if the checkbox to not leave too early is unchecked. Damn. Don't swear in my stream. What do you think you're doing? I'm just joking. Unlucky. Okay, we need to get the demolition office again. It's too far away to auto assign itself. I also have a drink in my hand, so I need to use mouse controls. Did it. Slowly making our way across the map. We're getting the connection soon. Soon we'll have the connection. And then we can export crops to the east. Which is a lot more profit. We could make so much money with trading right now, it's ridiculous. We could export any resource to the east and then pull the money back with wood or boards, I guess. 23,000 US dollars versus 1,000,000 rubles. Yeah, that train has to go to the eastern border. Hopefully soon. Anyway, how are you, Steffen? Hopefully you're having a decent day. I'm planting a lot of fields this stream. Because what is more relaxing than placing a bunch of fields where you try to not follow a symmetry? Everything fine? Running out of money in Erzburg? Running out of money? I should be able to send you a loan over. Food factory isn't that profitable, sadly. Okay. Something must be weird with the market then. If it's only one food factory, it should be profitable. Looking forward to look for new opportunities, yeah. That's the name of the game. Let's speed up the construction of the roads here a little bit. Waiting for Duck to start his second part. That too. That's probably when I will shut down my stream and raid over to him and go get some food. Do you know that garbage trucks doesn't count as trucks when it comes to traffic signs? I think so, yeah. So they can go into areas for town that is forbidden for trucks, but the garbage trucks can still go through and clear up waste. I think I had that happen in one of my earlier runs. There's some stone here. Scandal. Well, you would have probably also cried foul when they would have not picked up the waste and everything would have ran full. We tried the no truck except supply setting, and I don't know why it worked for you, but the waste trucks should be unaffected by that. A little bit too close, I guess. too slanted. That way. You saw my university in Marvin's stream yesterday? Yes, I saw it. I also said it looked pretty. All of the posters and trees and park, and I don't think you have enough parking lots for all of the workers there, but it looks nice. If you had all of the parking lots necessary, it would probably look like an American shopping mall. Just wanted to hear it again. Go figure. Yeah, those are the medium-sized ones. Scale of economy. Only for 75% loyalty, so there won't be so much. I don't know if you're gonna get to 75% loyalty anyway. I think you need a TV station for that. Unless you have some wood buildings that help you. Okay, let's check what the wooden price is right now. If it dropped more or if it stabilized again. A truck full of wood. Oh, it went down a lot. We're losing so much money. It's only 30,000 per truckload. No. My lumber profits. We're not getting 2 million anymore. Ugh, the price of wood has crashed. It's 1,337.69 would be best, but no, it's not. Yeah, I guess it might go up again. I mean, it usually happens, but we've been experiencing quite a long phase of no profits. Maybe it'll go up again. We'll see. In the meantime, oil prices went back to regular. Maybe they changed something in the background to fix that. I don't know. But we're still making quite a bit of money. Clothing prices are fairly high in rubles. That's how we're getting our money, exporting clothing to the east. It's profitable. Pays the bills. But yeah, our income is gonna drop a little bit. We could consider exporting some iron again to compensate. Iron is at 74, so I think that would be fine. Plus these trains have been standing around for quite a while. Might as well get a use out of them. Rubber is playing Workers and Resources, maybe he won't stream, I don't know. Maybe. Streaming was not mandatory. I think something's burning. Oh no, it's too hot. I also almost finished retrofitting a metro into my city, if you care. Took a while, and since I didn't want to make a loop, we basically have a metro running through University North Old Town, and then into our neighboring settlement. So it looks a little bit funky, because I didn't want to go Old Town, University, and North. I basically wanted Old Town, North, University, and then maybe have the potential of another residential area here where the metro would go from University to the next residential area. So that's why it looks a little bit weird. The construction is so much pain digging the tunnel. Yeah, it goes okay. They should finish this tunnel fairly soon. They have to construct twice and then we can build the last bit of tunnel, and then we have end station to end station. The ability to actually run a metro. In the meantime, we're building a lot more stuff. Snotov. Wait, Snotov? Isn't that... Snotov is... Snotov Customs. Oh, you place down another name tag that is just Snotov, I guess. Because yeah, okay. I got confused. Okay, so yeah, you can build that if you want. Shouldn't get it in each other's way with the tunnel boring machine. That is fine. Construction trains are a little bit more finicky when it comes to that. It's not even that much expensive to build. It's because it's really short track. Loop is faster. Yeah, but the loop is really difficult to hook up because my connection to the outside world is here. And I am also considering having the metro at some point go through up this way to extend our town this way. So I'm basically leaving the edge cases open. The edge is open. Extending this way for our tourist area. And then this would be the junction for that. I already checked it and it should be possible to then go into this and have another tunnel. The metros wouldn't need to go this way, only potentially back to the metro depot at some point. I still need to see if they can repair in the depot or if I need to hook up a repair station on an end station. There's some people trying to repair. I guess I should just tell you to drive around all the time and not worry about it. You really need to get replaced. Yeah, we're making a little bit of profit with oil again, $800 US. But we're exporting it for rubles, so it's a bit more. I'm just looking at the US dollars to see how valuable it is in regards to lumber. Where are you trying to go? Over there, so you're trying to turn around over there? Oh, I see. I see. All the construction ways, that is a pain in the butt. I'm gonna make you stay in that lane instead. I'm gonna send you home, let the train leave, and then hopefully you can find your path. And then this train line, I guess, is obsolete. I forgot about the switch thing here. Oh yeah, we also got long trains. Unfortunately, the train lost all of its coloring, so I have to assemble another one that has the coloring from before. Hopefully that one won't lose it. We need 24 train cars. Total capacity covered hopper. That should be 24. And then we have to grab them one by one. And also get another train. Thankfully we can buy them again without the game crashing. Where is the train? Is it still in here? Doesn't look like it. Must have just left. Oh, it was so quick. Oh no, it's from the other side. Sorry, it's from the... It's coming from the eastern border. So it's on this train track. Go here. Pick up any train and bring it to the depot, please. Yes, you can build while the tunnel boring machine is here, it's fine. Tunnel boring machine will take a while. Maybe it's better to remove the signals until then. That should do it. There's our student hall. 65% loyalty minimum requirement. And the secret police is also probably up, so we need to get some cars for that. We can, I guess, reuse our vehicles that we used to bring firefighters here. They will have built up some trust to those cars, I'm sure. A waste storage. For like documents and everything. I also bought the DLC. Nice. Then you will also have the access to the very nice, very large buildings. These ones, which come with the DLC. Almost 600 workers in those. They are very intensive on your infrastructure. Lots of workers, lots of demand. Yeah. Good for our project. Not researched yet, but good for our project. Well, we can't use them because I don't think Vertigo has the DLC, or someone else didn't have the DLC, so we can't build them. Otherwise, as soon as someone without the DLC loads the map, they will get instantly demolished. I tested that. Doesn't work, unfortunately. Sure. I don't know who needs it. I have NAS. I have it. I mean, I just showed you a building of it, so... That fire truck looks ridiculous. Oh no, we lost money last month. And this month, because we bought a train. Okay. We need 24, so you need to run 6 times in total. I guess I can just... I can't tell you to just keep running, I have to open it up and keep doing that. Sure. Okay, and this train is now on the other side. So it doesn't block the construction train anymore, which is good, because there are a few things that need to be built. Turnaround loop. And then we can export any farm to the east if we want to. Well, let's see if Rubber Duck is coming online soon. Because I'm ready to take a break as well. Trucks are hanging behind a little bit, it looks like. We should set the replacement. I think I already did it, but yeah, let's stick with the western truck. I did not. The Mark P for all of the waste trucks of the larger size will do. And then I'm gonna switch to the other one. Also Mark P for the smaller trucks. Even the ones where I said I didn't need large trucks. Standardize. Okay. Then we get rid of that one and that one. And then the other ones can happen over time, I guess. Let's take a quick look at our vehicles, sorted by wear and tear, if anything is like noticeable. There is one thing that is noticeable, which is vehicles not getting repaired here. I guess it's the board truck because it's not moving. I assume if I were to start moving it, it would get repaired or replaced. We'll test it. It's 85, it should get replaced. Maybe when it gets to the customs house, they'll notice. Now that we have the iron trains running again, things are a little bit more difficult at the customs house. And we're getting a lot of train warning messages, unfortunately. Ugh, only 700k. Jesus. My profits are drying up. I wanted to get to 2 billion, but it's gonna take ages that way. But it's probably for the best. An incentive to invest in different industries. I'm kinda happy that I'm not like sick of the game yet, even though I have no money issues. The run is fairly fun. No distribution offices means everything you set up is always more complications. But I've been learning a few things that are going to help in the future. Namely setting up buildings that require multiple resources with just lines, without requiring road cargo stations or distribution offices. Basically I can set up repair stations without warehouses. Although warehouses are still preferable. It's way easier, but I can have the supply of the warehouse for the repair station with only one truck, instead of having to assign it to a distribution office. The truck should be set to wait until unloaded, yeah. Basically bring all of the materials, set the truck correctly to hold approximate amounts, and then unload everything and wait until unloaded for mechanical components, because that one is the resource used up the most. So it should be able to keep all of the other resources in check, while constantly bringing more mechanical components as well. If I were to set up a high-speed line between Segadoara and Helas, then if we have a rail connection I could also bring the gravel over, but a high-speed rail line, it would be limited to 150 kilometers an hour. Metro is 100. I don't know. Gravel. Yeah, I mean, sure, gravel could happen at some point. It's not that urgent. Seems like the one signal was not enough. They still don't realize that they can go through here. Maybe it's because the signals on this side are missing. Also, this is not set for construction yet. Because I might... Oh yeah, there's a junction point here now, which is getting everything confused. So we do need signals over here to make sure the other signals don't get confused. Is the demolition done? The demolition here is indeed done. What we need is a warehouse for the area and a freezer. Let me flatten out the terrain first. And then we need the cargo platform for the construction materials, which now looks difficult to hook up in this area, so maybe downhill. That one can be downhill here. I don't want to flatten this endlessly on the same elevation, so a new elevation level will do. Gonna use the same road to get through here. Fewer intersections on the main road. Always a good thing. And that would handle the construction materials. Send the train out again. Seems like the signals didn't help. Maybe now I need these signals back. Yeah, now we have a green. Okay. So it was the signals on the other side that were missing. Got it. Now we can build without interruption. One more. Oh, that one is done. Okay, come back. Where are you? You teleport home. We have one more metro tunnel to build. No, we have a few more to build, but this one is the important one. Once that one is done, we have a metro that can run. Hopefully. Unless there is a mistake, but that's fine. Let's see if we run into any traffic issues with the iron ore trains running again. I mean, we already have a lot of traffic jam. 70,000 is good. Way better than less than 10,000, so profit margin of iron has come back up. We're not going to talk about the steep slope of that the trains have to climb here. That was the closest customs house, and I mean it has developed from a narrow gauge kind of setup to a pretty large train setup. Hello Vertigo, welcome. It's too much. The iron ore trains. Maybe we need to export iron ore to Snotov all the way up here. Get it out of the way. I guess I could export the lumber to Snotov. That would be okay. Looks like a train went there to refuel anyway. I have to make sure the signals are set up so we can run this area correctly. Where's the enter? My train lines are interesting. Thank you. I'm trying to make them wide and more realistic looking instead of like precise and based on the grid. I'm trying to make really wide lines. I don't know where Rubber Duck is. No idea. We will set up our lumber exports to go to this area instead. Which means all of this will have to be set up for shorter trains and long trains. Means this one needs to go away. I don't know if that's 450 meters. Should be fine. It's probably not, but it's not. Well, I guess it would be blocking that road. We'll try it. There could be issues with fire trucks and the like. That's all one block, except this needs to be built. So I guess we do need some signals here. Where can they switch over? Here. And then I guess we need to move these signals for the rail construction back a little bit. That should be doable. This loop is done. Can remove that name. Okay, I think we can send the other trains here now. We'll see where it causes problems. Well, let's send our 3 logging trains over and test it out. Should reduce the stress at the other customs house a bit, which is also used for importing food and clothing, not clothing, but food and alcohol. Which is kind of important. Because we're running into a little bit of a traffic jam over here. And yeah, you are now stuck on that route because, well, you decided that that was where you wanted to be when I switched the line. Turn around, go to the customs house. Don't unload anything. Sorry, not Snarlov, the other one. Go here. Don't do anything. And we'll switch you back to the line. Is there another train here? No. Barislav Customs. Unload. Oh, I need to tell you to actually go there. There you go. Any other lumber train getting stuck? That is a waste train. The 2 other lumber trains are in here, so they should be fine. Once the lumber train has made its way to the customs house, we can tell it to turn around and go back onto the normal line. I think our metro is done, but I have to wait for this this lumber train to get out of the way. Maybe we can have a lot more iron trains and also send it over there. That was a coal train, but these ones are iron ore trains. Like, we could have 8 trains sending over to Snotov Customs instead. Okay, you've reached the customs house, you're gonna turn around. And now we can switch you back to the regular line, so you can go all the way to Snotov. So Moscow would export onto the customs house over there, please. And that should reduce the traffic in this area by 3 trains, which is what we had before when the iron trains weren't running. So I guess the iron trains would be fine here. But yeah, I would like to keep this customs house open because it's important. Well, we'll get to the metro fairly soon. I want to make sure that this rail line is actually working. The slow tunnel boring machine causing a bit of a traffic jam, I guess. We're also still using Western trains for these. They can run a little bit faster, but they're a bit harder to accelerate. Especially through junction areas. But once we have to stop here again, once this train is across the bridge, we should be fine, hopefully. Oh, we got green before. Still not moving. There we go. I think we have to remove these signals. So this train knows it can go through. And remove this switch at some point. Make it a little bit more efficient. But yeah, in general, it shouldn't have any issues running towards this area. Except once we have like 6 trains exporting crops. But we don't want them exporting crops at all times, we want them to bring them to food production areas instead. So the rest should be fine because we already exported grain through the customs house. I guess we're bringing lumber here now. It's a little bit better. Let's check our metro in Helas. Metro line. Oh, before we do that, sorry. Before we do that, let's assign the last construction task because we're going to keep building while we run the metro. Oh, it's not done yet. I don't know what it finished building then. 136 days left. I had a successful completion of a metro construction somewhere. I don't know what it was. No idea. But it's almost done. We have to keep this customs house clear, because it's also responsible for unloading waste, which takes a while. I think the iron trains have to move over too, and we have to expand our iron capacity with more and more trains. It's gonna look pretty busy. And that's for sure. But we will have a waiting platform for this area. So we can have high volume trains go through here, and the other trains could theoretically park in this area. I mean, these are intended for the grain trains basically. They're not set up yet. Let's make sure me changing the iron train setup didn't cause any traffic issues, but instead resolved them to this area. Because they now have to go all the way to the other area to export. And we need a lot more iron trains if we want to keep up the throughput. Probably distance-wise, I would say maybe we need a total of 10. And then we can see if we need to expand more. Price is already going down again a little bit. Also, we could export that to the eastern border now because, yeah, price difference and all that. But that would be even longer. That would be that would be too long. But it would be way more profitable for us. Still not anywhere close. We're in this area. How's the tunnel construction? Moving. Still building, sure. Okay, I mean they're building towards Segadoara right now, so it will have to wait. In the meantime, on the eastern side, building over here. Very, very slowly with the workers that we have over there. Now we can remove that name tag, because the bridge is done. Kiara Rush can also be removed. And we have our bridge starting point with the whole setup to bring the trains over here, allowing for hopefully cargo container ships to go through. And Figeni and Javol still need to be built. We could already start bringing coal here, I guess. Let's do that. Let's get a coal train. And continue sending out the train. We have 16. We need to run 2 more times, then we have everything. In the meantime, I need to assemble a coal train similar to this one. 8 cargo wagons and an engine. We'll have to wait with the wagons until we removed all of the other ones. The covered hoppers, otherwise I have to start micromanaging which cars to pick up. And I can wait a little bit. It's only 2 more deliveries. You really ought to get some repairs, you know. Tapovina sewage. I think they don't have enough trucks. Is this not in range? I thought it was in range. Oh, repair station is not set up to reach over there. I guess I forgot about the new technical office. But now it should be fine. Okay, so we still have to wait a tiny amount for the new tunnel. Which is, it looks like, 2 construction tasks. One to finish the tunnel, and the second one to have the train line go through. We'll finish that, and then I'll take a break. Well, after setting up the metro and running it, of course. But that seems to be a good place to do that. Well, I don't know how, but without TV station I have the first guy with 83% loyalty. You were running on medium citizen reactions, right? I don't know what the limits are for that one, but I know that the minimum loyalty is higher, so maybe the maximum is also higher. He's driving on a Simpson moped. Wow, you're treating your very loyal citizens well. Is it a Schwalbe? I've driven a Schwalbe. Send it to Discord. Can check later. That's code for you better check it now or else. Alright. I don't see it in your pictures. Oh, you sent me a direct message. Jesus Christ. That's tiny. That is a Schwalbe. Yeah, I've driven that one. Exactly that one. With the knee guard against rain. Very nice. Or leg guard, or whatever you want to call it. The mod is by Ido Teumel. He's very often in our streams. Cool. Very nice. Still a lot of things to set up with the fields here, but I'm getting distracted, and frankly, placing fields is a little bit fiddly. I mean, placing fields is fine. It's only the fences that clip into each other, and I'm trying to avoid it. If that was gone, then it would be bliss. Maybe I have to take a look at the workshop and see if there are the exact same fields but without fences. Or just a visual mod of removing the fences from fields in the default game. That I might use. Because then I can just place the fields however. And even if they clip into each other a little bit, it wouldn't matter. We're at 61% average loyalty, highest ones are 70. No above that. Okay, rail construction vehicle moving here for the last bit of tunnel construction. And after that we can build the train line, the rail, and reconnect it. Let's move our train for the last few wagons and assemble our next long train for crops. In the meantime, I can set up the other one to pick up 8 train cars and assemble a coal train. I have to wait for the other one to pick up the cargo wagons though. But that should go quick because the train without... I guess it only runs 95 kilometers an hour. It's an eastern train. Very high pulling power, but not a lot of top speed. The other ones are much faster without any wagons. Need to remove some of the trees. They could be dangerous. Oh, is the price going back up? I think the price might be... No, wait. Is the price going back up for lumber? Sports. 1.5k. No, it's still pretty low. Could be better. Yeah. The golden ages of getting 20,000 per ton of lumber are over. Maybe they'll come back. Okay, the fire trucks are taking their time getting here, I gotta say. Didn't like that, but another fire station? Maybe later. Robber is online, perfect for you to raid him. Yeah, I'm gonna set up the metro line first and then I'm gonna end the stream and raid him. We have one more construction task. And then we can set up the metro and end the stream. For now. Happiness is going down a little bit. I don't know why they're getting relocation unhappiness, but that might be because of the loyalty requirement settings. Crime is going up. Crime is going up. Let's check the crime statistics. This year, last year, no problems. It might have been because of the water problems that we had in Segadoara. That could have been a reason. I think we got all of the train cars. Okay, 2 cars for coal. Eight cars. Set up that one too. Run twice or 3 times to get all the train cars, and then we'll have our coal train for Segadoara as well. Why are you waiting that long? You are iron export. Okay. I guess the train line through this area is a little bit long. Yeah, so it is very long. I know you're standing on the road. Even though... oh my god. Even though this was a chain signal, so you shouldn't have been allowed to move through. Construction train. Should be able to move. Well, if we have a lot of iron trains running through here, it's gonna get busy and interesting. Not sure if that will be... I mean, at some point the eastern border might be better. I'll have to wait and see. Coal train. One more. And then we can build the coal train. By that point, hopefully the metro line has been built. We can set up the metro and head on over to Rubberduck, who is streaming our community game right now. In German, but still. Give him a shout out. Okay. Coal from the customs house right now. In a new line. To Segadoara heating plant area. Waiting until unloaded. That should set up the coal. Oh, well. We still need to wait for the train line. Oops. Okay, you can go back to the depot. My bad, my bad. Already moved out. Turn around. Oh, you're stuck now. Instead of the heating plant, go back to the depot. Construction train heading here right now. I hope it only has to run once. Don't think it needs to go twice for electrifying the rail network. But I'm not 100% sure. I'll do a test run with 4 metros. And then slowly upgrade them, I think. I don't know if they need to be double length, I don't think so, but more metros would be nice. But double metros would also be nice. I think I'm gonna go for double metros. Because they will look a little bit better inside the metro station. Metro going underneath Old Town. Very nice. And here we go. Last bit of train track. I don't see any electronic components on the wagon at the back, but I'm assuming, yeah, it's using up everything, so this should be the last construction task. And then after that we can assign you to the tunnel. To build on an active metro line. There you go. Thank you. Let's get the metro set up. I'm gonna go for double. End station to metro platform. To Helas North, Old Town, and end station. Coming back out. And end station. And the last end station we don't really need. Because... oh no, we do need it. Never mind. I think we do need it. And we don't need the depot, we need the end station. Actually, I was correct the first time. We don't need the last end station twice. Let's run our metro. And then next time we will have to expand the amount of metros running by probably double, but I think the capacity will be nice. And I think we can then also send the tourists over to this area instead. Let's make sure we allow people to wait here again. Everyone. And we'll carry you around until you find a place that you actually want to work at. Although with the lack of metros right now, might be a bit difficult. We have University, North, and Old Town. I guess we only have 3 metro stations. I thought we had more. It's a very small metro. But yeah, we'll expand the capacity of the metro network at a later time. So yeah, we're gonna raid Rubber Duck now. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be expanding this at a later time. I don't know if later today or tomorrow, or later than that. Not sure yet. For now, thank you very much for watching. Please stick around for the raid. He does stream in German, but I would appreciate if you did. If not, that's fine too. You do you. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Take care, have a good Tuesday afternoon, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.